All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the January 25th recess meeting of the Arlington County Board. Very glad to be joined tonight by my colleagues, Vice Chairman Dorsey, Board Members Takis Karantonis, Matt DeFranti, and Libby Garvey. And we will begin, as is our custom, with recognitions and reports from the board and from the manager. We would begin with a little bit of celebration on behalf of some creative minds in our community that have engaged in creating some feats of design here in Arlington. And I believe that we have a brief video to share about the annual Arlington Design Awards.
The biennial Design Arlington Awards recognize excellence in architectural design, landscape design, and public art. This year, 13 winners were chosen. The honored projects range from county facilities to private residences and from full communities to a single accessory structure. Thank you to the jurors who took the time to review the submissions and select our winners. These projects truly showcase the best of Arlington. Arlington's first freestanding aquatic center is an environmentally sound facility that nestles into the landscape and responds to the variable topography of the site, also featuring public gathering areas, casual use space, rain gardens, and more. The bridge blends function and artistic expression with interlocking geometric forms, linking pedestrians to Ballston Quarter, Ballston Exchange, Metro, and the surrounding Ballston neighborhood. This 23-story LEED Silver residential building features a sculptural design inspired by its unique siting within Roslyn, with a material palette that eludes a clean, modern expression of white, grays, and black tones that complements the neighboring high school campus and public park. One of the first public schools in Virginia to fully desegregate after Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, this ambitious expansion and renovation project modernized the building and includes numerous exhibits, artwork, and interpretive elements that focus on the school's important history in the civil rights era. This soft modern home in the Lion Park neighborhood is rooted in mid-century prairie style and anchored by a striking wood-clad stair tower that balances a carefully proportioned front elevation. This remodeled Lion Village home opened up the floor plan by installing larger windows and a skylight, which allows light to flow from east to west through the rooms. A new home in the Lion Village neighborhood that utilizes varying architectural styles, providing open, light-filled spaces that interact with the surrounding garden. This new affordable housing building and public park fits within the surrounding context and captures the transition in scale from the residential neighborhoods in the west to the business district in the east. This new affordable housing community features 256 units, access to the 4-mile run trail, stormwater management, energy-efficient appliances, and a green roof. This newly constructed accessory dwelling unit in the Douglas Park neighborhood was designed as a modern farmhouse, compatible with the primary home's design and its surroundings. This design enhancement along 4-mile run draws attention to stormwater outfalls underneath the trail, contributing to the stream flow and highlighting the need for environmental stewardship and awareness. This series of public and semi-public spaces includes an active retail streetscape, a paved retail muse, a large amenity terrace, and a rooftop terrace with a pool, dog run, and an area for informal activities. This recently completed whole house remodel and addition is a fusion of both modern and vernacular residential design, referred to commonly as gabled modern.
Thank you so much. Capably narrated by our colleague. Maybe enjoy it all the more. Really interesting to see those examples of beautiful design in our own Arlington community. I want to pause now to remember a treasured friend of Arlington who passed in December. Roy Lowry will be remembered as a true civic professional and public servant. At 103 years old, he still embodied what it meant to give to your community. He is known best as a former member of this body, the Arlington County Board, but during his more than a century, he served in many ways, including fighting for his country in World War II, advocating for his community as a delegate to the Civic Federation, and serving those in need through numerous charitable organizations in our community. In the 1960s, Roy sought and won a board seat here in Arlington, and during his tenure, Roy championed responsible government while addressing issues close to some of our hearts, like hunger and transportation and education. What made Roy particularly great was not just that he spoke so capably from the dais, but that he acted in the community. He could often be found helping with Meals on Wheels or tutoring elementary school students. His servant heart and selflessness are traits that I think can inspire all of us in community leadership roles, and we are honored by his memory and the opportunity to reflect on all that he gave to Arlington for just a moment. I'd like to actually invite some comments too from first my colleague, Board Member Garvey, who I think knew Mr. Lowry a little bit, and then from our manager, who I understand had the pleasure of working with him at least briefly as well.
Thank you so much, Chair Crystal. Yeah, I really did want to talk a little bit about Roy. He was a great person and a member of the greatest generation, as we call them. That generation, as I think we know, came of age during the Great Depression, fought in World War II to save our country, and then set about really creating many of the institutions we've got today here. That World War II battle of Anzio, which went on for 6 months, he told me once that he considered June 4th, I think, is when that battle ended, 1944, to be his real birthday, because he survived. And so many of the people that he knew and fought with did not make it. I think I first met Roy during my first school board campaign in 1995. He was on the list of former elected officials, and we're supposed to call former elected officials and ask for support. And my memory of that conversation is a little dim. It was a nice conversation and pleasant. He asked me, I think, some pretty tough questions, and I'm pretty sure he did not officially support me. But we did sort of stay in touch, and he did eventually become a supporter. And over the years, it was my privilege to get to know him a little. I always liked to get Roy's perspective on Arlington. It was always different. He was witty and incisive. He spoke his mind, but always had kind of a gentle sense of humor and perspective. The articles about him say that he tutored in our schools, and that's kind of not really quite right, because I realized over one of our lunches that he actually worked full-time at Carlin Springs and then Campbell Elementary School. He just didn't get paid for it, but he was basically there 5 days a week, almost the entire school day. And he did it for years. He loved the children, and the children loved him. When he lost a very dear friend in a tragic accident, he told me how all the children ran up to him and hugged him, and said they loved him and didn't want him to be sad. And after I lost my own husband, Roy invited me to lunch and wanted me to, he wanted sort of to share his perspective, and having been widowed twice himself at that point, and make sure I was doing okay, and let me know that, I was going to be all right over time. And I really did appreciate that assurance. I kind of regret I lost touch with Roy a little bit over the past COVID years. And a few years ago, just before kind of COVID broke out, I called him just to kind of check on him, and he usually always kind of called back, and he didn't. And I kind of got a little nervous, and I tried again, and I got worried, and I asked around. Well, Roy Lowry was off checking off one of his items on the bucket list. He was on a trip on the Trans-Siberian Railway across Russia and Siberia, and he wouldn't be back returning calls for a while. He was just fine. So, Roy had several really great personal relationships in his life. He devoted himself to making the world a better place. And he sort of did whatever he could, however he could, and he did a lot. He was able to do a lot. He enjoyed also the small things in life. He was very proud of a whole hillside of daffodils he and his first wife had planted at their home in Arlington. And then I know he talked to me about the view of the sky he got from his new home at Goodwin House, and how great that was. He really appreciated the little things, spent hours and hours working with children who needed him, and he's one of those people who helped make Arlington what it is today. And I like to think he lived a great and full life, the one that he deserved. And he really set a great example for everybody who knew him. So I'm sad to see that he's gone. But what a wonderful, wonderful life I think he led. So thank you. And it was a real privilege to get to know him a bit. Thank you for
A
letting me
wonderful
talk a little bit.
tribute. Thank you so much, Ms. Garvey. I know his path also crossed with our managers, and so I wanted to invite Mr. Schwartz to share a couple of remarks as well.
Sure. I know a lot of people have covered some of the things I was going to say, but when I first joined the county back in 2005 in the Department of Management and Finance, one of the first phone calls I got was about our budget from an interested resident who identified himself as Roy Lowry. And he said at the time he was serving on our IDA, our Industrial Development Authority. And he had a few questions for me. They were absolutely on point, very insightful, left me a little flustered since I was the rookie on the end of the call. And that struck up a relationship where he would call and come in and visit on a number of occasions and offer some insights. It was probably far into our conversations when I asked a little bit about his background. And he said, oh, I was on the county board once back in a long time ago, and I looked it up. It was in the 1960s, and I soon learned a lot more. He was, in 1961, he was the nominee of the Arlingtonians for a Better County, ABC, who at that time was stood for integration of Arlington schools and the introduction of progressive policies. And he won his election in 1961 by a total of 41 votes. I don't know if he got the nickname Landslide Lowry, but it's very possible that he did at that time. He lost his bid in 65. And as I like to joke with him, he was really able to overcome his 4 years of being on the county board by redeeming himself, by then going to work at the Office of Management and Budget as part of the federal government for 13 years, which he realized that he and I both had that in common. We both worked there, and he was an eagle-eyed budget analyst. The other thing I did want to mention is that after he served in World War II, I found out later on that he was a Foreign Service officer, and he served in Poland and Britain and in the Soviet Union. So I just wanted to offer my memories and a fond farewell to Mr. Lowry, who was I don't want to call him a friend, but certainly someone who helped me along in my professional development here and will be missed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. So glad to have that opportunity to recognize someone who blazed a path for good government as well as progressive values, and our very best to Mr. Lowry's family and friends. All right, we have one other honor to bestow this afternoon, which is a recognition at the recommendation of our public health staff. A proclamation, in fact, to name Dr. Wilson Cowden a friend of public health in the Arlington community. Dr. Cowden has been working for Arlington County since 1981. He started out by substituting for a colleague. He became the sole pulmonologist for our TB program, tuberculosis program, in 1990. And he has treated since then, in those years, Arlingtonians from over 105 different countries, from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe, from birth to octogenarians. And under his leadership of the tuberculosis team, Arlington's overall excellence award was given for their work with clients. In particular, their 8,000 different clinic visits with over 600 Arlingtonians treated for tuberculosis. And it really has been recognized for providing outstanding care to people with active tuberculosis and complex medical needs in our community. He's also been recognized by the American Lung Association. And so we are so pleased to have this opportunity to recognize him at the conclusion of his 40 years with Arlington County government, and to hereby proclaim him a friend of public health, and urge all citizens to recognize and appreciate his efforts to treat and reduce the spread of TB. Thank you so much, Dr. Cowden, and congratulations. Okay. We will move next into appointments of new commissioners. We have quite a few at the beginning of this new year, and I will read all of them. No second is required. So when I conclude, we'll call for a vote. First, I move that we make the following regional appointment. Designate Mr. Takis Karantonis to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority Planning Coordination Advisory Committee. To the Audit Committee, appoint Luann Lohr for a term ending January 31st, 2024, and reappoint John Weistat for a term ending the same time. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, reappoint Carrie Thompson for a term ending on January 31st of 2024. And to the Commission on the Arts, reappoint Ann Curley and Anika Quinana for terms ending January 31st of 2025. To the Community Development Citizens Advisory Commission, appoint Victor Jones for a term ending January 31st of 2025. And to the Economic Development Commission, reappoint Carlo Ninasi and JJ Singh for terms ending December 31st of 2024. To Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, reappoint Carolyn Haynes for a term ending January 31st of 2025, and appoint David Howell for a term ending January 31st of 2025. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, appoint Andy Greenwood, Benjamin Malakoff, and Alistair Watson, all for terms ending January 31st of 2024. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, appoint David Ansel for a term ending January 31st of 2025. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, appoint Eric Bozoian for a term ending January 31st of 2024, and Gretchen Hickey for a term of the same duration. To the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, reappoint John Andelin, Devanshi Patel, and Michael Brown for terms ending January 31st of 2024. To the Roslyn Bid of Directors, appoint Sarah Carey Osha for a term ending January 31st of 2024, and appoint James Durr and Min Shin for terms ending January 31st, 2024. And finally, to the Transportation Commission, I move appointment of Jane Terry for a term ending January 31st, 2025. That needs no second unless there is any discussion. I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously with our sincere thanks to our new and returning commissioners for all that you do and your service to this community. We'll move next into board member reports, and I'm going to begin with our Vice Chairman, Mr. Dorsey, with an update about the Community Oversight Board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. DeFerranti and I are serving as liaisons to the Community Oversight Board, or at least we will once it's fully stood up, which we are in the process of doing. And since it has been a minute since we established the COB, I wanted to take this opportunity to provide the community with a brief update on where we stand. So we established the COB, as folks will remember, in July of last year, following the recommendations of our police practices group, as well as numerous community conversations with various stakeholders and the solicitation of mountains of feedback. We received applications for people to serve on the COB between October and December of last year, and we had over 100 people express interest through that application process. On behalf of all of us, I think we can say thank you to the tremendous outpouring of interest and support for this initiative in Arlington. Applicant interviews are now currently underway through a multi-step process with a goal of winnowing down that large applicant pool to ultimately 7 voting and 2 non-voting members, which we hope to accomplish at our March meeting. Now, while it's going to be certainly challenging to winnow the field, given so many qualified and interested candidates, we are going to do that through a multi-step process where candidates have been invited to participate in video interviews so that we can do a screening before they then will sit with a panel that is largely composed of people who were engaged in the process last year, who will then help us narrow the field to a number of people who were invited to interview with members of the board. Again, we should conclude that by our March meeting so we can fully impanel the COB. So in short, we are very, very thrilled that this is going to move forward. We'll be able to meet all of our goals for establishing this important body and then providing them the resources to get equipped to do their work. And we really thank so many Arlingtonians for being interested in transparency and accountability in law enforcement and for working to build trust with our police department and our community. And especially we are thankful that so many people who have applied represent the diversity that is a part of Arlington. It was very much a standard by which we wanted to establish our COB, and at least from the applicant, a screening of the applicants thus far, we will absolutely be able to meet that important mandate. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dorsey. Right, unless there are any questions, I will speak, I think, on behalf of the other three of us in emphatically thanking Mr. Dorsey and Mr. DeFerranti for taking a lead role in this really important selection process. I was reflecting just last night and giving an update to our NAACP branch that despite the differences of opinion on various elements of that ordinance, I think the one thing that was universally agreed upon was that we really needed high-quality, intellectually incisive people willing to give generously of their time. So like Mr. Dorsey, I am really thrilled to see the strong number of applications from the community. All right, we do have an aircraft noise, another important problem worthy of a great deal of time for Mr. Karantonis, has an update for us. Thank you.
Thank you. This is, I realize this is quite a swing in terms of topic, right? But this is part of what we care about, and we've heard a lot of testimony. And it's a good moment to report on that, because on December 13, we had our third community meeting of the Arlington County / Montgomery County Joint Aircraft Noise Mitigation Study for the communities that are north of the national airport. And this, in a sense, rounds up an entire process for now. So the objectives of this meeting that I attended together with my colleague Libby Garvey, who has been leading as a board's liaison in this effort for quite a while now, was to discuss the departure procedure. Many residents who pay attention to this remember that previously we discussed the landing procedures. So that was the time of the departure procedures, the design process, the constraints and opportunities of that. We look at the community feedback that we obtained to help the DCA community working group in decision-making regarding the recommendations associated with these departures, and ensure that the designs presented by our consultants and staff conform to the design philosophy. And I wanted to take, next slide please, to take the opportunity to just remind everybody what this design philosophy is. It was developed by the North of Airport Committee based upon community feedback and previous community consultations. And it was approved by the aforementioned community working group, the DCA community working group. So it establishes a set of priorities and guidelines of how to design and revise flight procedures and to reduce noise impacts in the fairest way possible, and with a focus of being fair regionally and focusing on the big picture, which is maximize the overflight over so-called compatible areas, which are with the least impact of people, such as these are non-residential areas, the Potomac River to begin with, commercial industrial areas, government-owned land, and the Potomac River corridor as a whole. Next slide, please. So the contents of this meeting can be found, and I will detail in the next slide where exactly, and where the presentations and all relevant documents are. This is as you can all imagine, it's a complex and very technical issue. But I just wanted to point out that the North of Airport Committee will review this input. We will hear about potential revisions to the proposed procedures. And there will be a review of the proposal final designs by the DCA Community Working Group. The presentation to this group is planned for April, at which time this group, the Community Working Group, will vote what recommendations to present to the Federal Aviation Authority. So next slide, please. So the whole corpus of documentation that comes with a study that we, Arlington County and Montgomery County, commissioned together in order to provide meaningful and impactful input in this decision process, which is still a federal process, can be found in the website that is detailed here, dca.nowgen.net. Arlington County, in the Arlington County website, there is also a repository of documents and a pretty straightforward narrative of how things have evolved so far. And if you go to the Arlington va.us website, you can just type in the search term airport noise and you will get there. And we are welcoming questions and feedback through the email noise2020@arlingtonva.us. So that said, and to conclude, I wanted to do two things. First of all, to show some public appreciation for the staff and our consultants who have worked very, very hard over quite some time, have produced actually a very remarkable body of work here that was very informative to me and I believe to everybody else. I wanted to also to be appreciative and show appreciation to our counterparts in Montgomery County who went with us all this way. And to our citizen reps, specifically Ms. Sherry Merrill and Steve Geiger, who at this point must be qualifying as consumed airport traffic experts. And three things to keep in mind. The Federal Aviation Administration has full jurisdictions over airspace and flight procedures, not Arlington. So we provide input into this process, and this includes input on operation hours and choice of traffic patterns, but it's still their jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction. And our best effort now is focused on having the best data, this was the point of the study, and the best in-depth understanding of all related issues on this issue, so that we can provide the best possible input in the decision process, and then next step for us, and a focus of our effort will be to elevate the issue to our regional partners and seek alignments to influence the federal administration. Alone, we cannot make it. In a group, in a regional group, we have far better choices. So we always recognize that noise is a quality of life issue for many Arlingtonians, and this is why we will continue to be engaged and continue to promote the interests of Arlington and the region so that we get to a good place in terms of mitigating noise at a very busy airport. Thank you.
Thank you. If I might just add a little bit, if that's all right. I want to thank Mr. Karantonis for joining me on this, because this is a really complex issue with an awful lot going on, and it's great to have help, and Mr. DiFerranti helped me before, so that is great. It's a long slog. And I think to some extent, the bottom line, this study was great. Usually these studies are funded by the airports, like around the country, but here we just haven't had that. That's why we had to fund it ourselves, because we needed this data, which showed what I think everybody kind of suspected, but now we have data showing it, that the real way to kind of address this problem are going to be political, not technical. Technically, given what we've got, there's not much we can do. We can do a little bit, and we're going to do that, but actually it does need to be political, which is, Mr. Karantonis said, we are working with our regional friends and trying to build more of a regional effort there, because I think that's the only way we're really going to kind of crack this nut a little bit. So thank you again. Thanks, Takas.
Thanks very much. All right. Thank you to Ms. Garvey as well as to Mr. Karantonis for that important update. And I believe our final board member report for the afternoon is from Mr. DiFerranti with an update on the food security coordination efforts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief here. We have one slide that covers two points that I wanted to make. First, many Arlingtonians, including my own household, we had a sort of change of plans because of the snowstorm and not only staying home, but also trash pickup was canceled a couple of times. But there are others of our neighbors, of course, who food security is an issue. And so great to see that Randolph Elementary did an extra food distribution on January 14th, and important, I think, to stay mindful of that challenge. And then second, I just wanted to describe a hunger workshop that in 5 minutes brought home to me how challenging it is for some to get help with food security. The language was Russian, not Greek. I don't speak Greek, Takas. So, but the language in a one-pager on how to submit for assistance was in Russian. And I think we asked 6 or 8 different questions, and it just revealed how disempowered you can feel, how quickly, if you don't have the language as you're seeking to get help. And so for many of our residents, that's the challenge they're facing, not just another language, but some of the words as you seek help for food and food stamps, or SNAP, I should say, are a little bit technical, so it's even that much more difficult. But we had a great short session where the Food Security Task Force went through the capital area food banks exercise, brought home our continuing need to work on making sure our hunger services are available to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. DiFerranti. Appreciate that update, as well as your ongoing work to bring not only policy reform, but also empathy to this really important issue in our community. All right, unless I've missed anyone, I don't believe we have any further board reports, so that brings us again to our manager for an update on the status of the pandemic in our community.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Wanted to give you a brief update to you and to the community on all things COVID. First, starting off with the big picture. Arlington County, much like the region and the Commonwealth and the entire country, has seen an increase in COVID-19 cases over the past 6 weeks. We reached a peak of about 900 new cases on January 8th. And we remain at a high community transmission level. But there is some good news. Weekly case rates and case counts are in decline. Arlington weekly case counts dropped 38%. We had 2,475 cases last week compared to 4,000 the week before. It continues to be incredibly important to use multiple layers and strategies to reduce COVID-19 spread. That includes, testing, vaccinations, masking. We have about close to 87% of the eligible residents have received at least one dose of the vaccine. 62% of kids in the age group from 5 to 11 have received at least one dose of vaccine. And a number where we need to do better, we only have 34% of the adults having received a booster or an additional dose. A little bit more on testing. We now have 4 curative testing kiosks in operation. One here right at Courthouse Plaza. Arlington Mill Community Center has come back online. We have a kiosk at Virginia Highlands Park. And as of the 10th of January, we have one at Central Library near Quincy Park. As discussed at our last meeting, the county and the nation has been seeing an incredible surge in demand for testing. We're administering about an average of 8,000 PCR tests a week at our kiosks. That's about 8 times higher than what we saw 6 months ago. So a reminder that the kiosks are no-cost test sites, and we're also planning, and I think we'll be able to do this in about a week and a half, to open another kiosk at Sequoia Plaza, where we originally did some of our vaccinations. A couple of other things to talk about. We have our libraries have partnered with the Virginia Department of Health to hand out rapid at-home tests. We've handed out 5,700. That program, at least for the moment, is paused because VDH does not have any additional tests available. And we also have a large number of places where people can go, whether it's to pharmacies and other healthcare providers, to get tests. And I encourage people to go on our website and check. In the last week, covidtest.gov has come online. Every household in the U.S. can now order 4 free rapid at-home tests. And for those people who can't access the website, there's a phone number, 1-800-232-0233. And then the website's also now in Spanish and Chinese. And the tests are going to ship somewhere between 7 and 12 days after ordering. So we're going to encourage the public to do that. County's also looking into ordering some tests and partnering with our nonprofits, similar to what we did with our masks, to hand those out to parts of our community. But we don't have those in hand yet. We'll have more on that when that happens. On vaccines, we continue to operate 2 clinics, one at Arlington Mill and one at Walter Reed Community Center. We've given 195,000 vaccine doses since December of 2020. And anyone 5 years and older is eligible for the vaccine. And we offer all 3 vaccines, and all our clinics are now on a walk-in basis completely. That's for boosters and pediatric vaccinations. And again, vaccines are also available at a large number of local pharmacies and grocery stores. On masks, the president announced that there'll be 400 million N95 masks available to Americans for free, and those are going to be distributed through local pharmacies and community health centers. We understand that that program is going to be up and fully running sometime early in February, and we'll give you an update on that as we know more. Now a quick update on Arlington employees. As of today, 94% of all county permanent staff have been vaccinated. As we've mentioned before, the county's vaccine policy is going to require all county employees to be fully vaccinated or to have received an accommodation by February 1st, which is a week from today. And I really wanted to reiterate that we're doing this not just for the health and safety of our employees, but also our community and our ability to deliver services. We are also going to be in the process of delivering test kits to all our employees beginning next week and delivering 3 KN95 masks for each employee. On staffing impacts, to the extent possible, we really are minimizing those impacts. We're able to keep our staffing. There have been some examples, specifically at our libraries, where we've had to close for a few days at Glen Carlin and Cherrydale, and we did see some impact I've mentioned in the past on our initial snow removal efforts. So with that, I just want to encourage everybody, make sure you do what you need to do to keep yourself healthy and safe. And that concludes my summary. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Mr. Manager. Questions from colleagues, beginning with Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I had one question on our work with community health centers. We were so successful on vaccines, partnering and then encouraging neighborhood health through Macedonia Baptist Church to get out vaccines. You mentioned the masks, and I thought I saw a Washington Post article on this, but I don't know about tests. Is there a federal line that would provide tests through the health centers, or no? And if not, is there anything we might be able to do there?
I'm not saying there couldn't be one. I'm not aware of one. That's why the county is in the process of purchasing a large set of tests that we will work with the community health centers and our nonprofit partners, including Macedonia, to give them those tests so that they can get to places in the community that might not know how to access tests. So that is an example of something that worked well in the past, and I think we're stepping in here because we're not aware of a program that does that.
Great. That's really heartening to hear that particular connection seems one that's worth focusing on. Thank you.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, Mr. Manager, I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm not sure, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on the new governor's order. It's thrown the school systems kind of into turmoil. Does it affect us very much?
The order that the governor had regarding schools does not have an effect on us directly, and I've been in consultation with the superintendent to the extent that he's had any needs, again, about testing and masking. We've been providing resources to the schools, but that doesn't have anything directly to do with Arlington County government. It has to do with the Arlington County Public Schools.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll just, I'm sure, offer a friendly adjustment to that phrasing. Of course, it affects us because the schools are very much a part of us, even if it doesn't affect county government employees. And appreciate the opportunity to state again what we mentioned on Saturday in response to a public comment that I think I speak for all of us in saying we are very supportive of Arlington County Public Schools, the school board and the superintendent in all of their efforts to keep students and teachers safe and therefore keep them learning in person. So appreciate Ms. Garvey for raising that.
Madam Chair, before we move, can I just
Yes,
add
on the
on
same
to that?
topic, absolutely.
I understand why Mr. Schwartz answered as he did, but I do want to remind everyone that executive order, while it's so much about masking, also includes a provision that requires the school board to marshal any resources to provide any number of mitigations for the spread of COVID without providing any funding for said mitigations or specifying to what standards those need to be applied. So in the sense of not only it affecting us because it's a part of our community, there's a great question as to whether or not communities broadly, not just the school systems, are going to be held to a standard of making certain spending to offer COVID mitigation that we're currently being met with our masks. So I just wanted to make sure people didn't forget that.
Well put.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Karantonis.
We just saw in Montgomery County what this may look like, right? Montgomery County had to close schools and bear with the consequences of that as a whole. So, Mr. Schwartz, actually, Mr. DeFerranti covered what I wanted to ask about the community health centers and the possibilities of distributing tests, antigen tests. There isn't, the question is whether we are thinking of an extra effort there because the federal government program, again, for a certain part of our population is not easily accessible. That we saw that before, so this is not news to us. And then the personal test needs also some instruction on how to do that. People who haven't done it before, it's very easy to do, I have to say, but you know, you have to learn it, and this is something that we somehow, I consider a small outreach campaign as really necessary for this. When, you know, to learn when we do that, how we do that, and how we make sure that we, you know, read the results in the correct way. Do we think to do that at some point?
Yes, you know, we worked very closely, and I wish I had the list of organizations. They are much better equipped than I am as far as working with residents of the county to give them instructions in whatever languages they need and make sure that they understand the intricacies of using the tests. I've taken one of the tests. It is easy in one sense, but in another sense, if you're just not familiar with it, we'll make sure that the partners we're working with have whatever assistance they need.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, just one other question actually about the vaccination program. My understanding was that we had also done a couple of clinics within Arlington Public Schools. Is that right? Could you just speak a little more about where those have been and what sort of numbers we've seen, if you have that at your fingertips?
Yeah, the information I have on that, it probably isn't completely current, but we had in-school clinics follow-up. They had been sort of disrupted by some snow days early on, but that following week there was a follow-up, and I would actually encourage any parents on the board who have more details about that to offer it.
No problem. Did not mean to put you on the spot, and I think we can seek that and follow up. I just wanted to note that because I know that has been actually not only an interest of a number of our community members, but in fact a way that public health has operated in the past to do these vaccinations directly on site in school programs. And my understanding of the schools were all within South Arlington, which continues to be a priority for reaching sometimes harder to reach populations. So thank you for that. Are there any further questions for our manager? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Manager. We appreciate your keeping us apprised. I do not believe that we have any more items in board reports, proclamations, et cetera, so I am going to make the following motion to convene a closed session. That we convene a closed session as authorized by the Virginia Code sections 2.2, 3711A3 for discussions regarding the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Garvey. Unless there is further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we will move into closed session. We will be back well, I suppose at 6:30, because I think that's when we've told our COVID heroes to tune in. So we'll see you everyone in a live session back at 6:30. back, everyone. The Arlington County Board is reconvened as our first order of business. I'd like to make the following motion that we certify at the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meetings requirements under the Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Seconded by Mr. Dorsey. Unless there is any discussion, our clerk will call the roll to certify.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey? Mr. DeFerranti?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. So that brings us to an order of business tonight that I think we have all been looking forward to, a recognition of our community's COVID heroes. So certainly the pandemic has been affecting how we socialize, how we work, how we conduct our business, how we lead our lives for 2 years, and there is really no facet of those lives that has not been affected by this virus and the impacts it's had on our collective health and socioeconomic conditions. And while it has had an impact on all of us, it has had more dire consequences for some members of our community, including our most vulnerable. So it has been heartening to see Arlingtonians step up, big and small ways, for the past 2 years to help those around them. Individual community members, organizations, health providers, social service providers, neighbors, friends and families have done extraordinary things to lift others up, to make life a little easier for others, even while navigating their own stressors through the pandemic. Our COVID Heroes program is recognizing those acts of service and those acts of exemplary citizenship. We asked people who live, work, or play in Arlington to submit nominations for fellow community members to help us recognize those who have selflessly served the Arlington community during the pandemic. We received 161 unique nominations, and tonight we honor 78 individuals and groups for their service to others. Our community is better off because of them, and we should all be motivated to serve others just like they have and follow in their example. Award winners are being recognized in unique categories: the Community Resilience Award, Outstanding Individual Service, and Outstanding Community Service. Typically, we would be gathering everyone to honor them in person, but as I noted, COVID has affected every aspect of our lives here in this community. And so we have invited instead all of our award winners to tune in virtually. So hello, thank you for joining us, and thank you for all you've done to serve Arlington County. Without further ado, I will roll a video to present to you our COVID heroes. We appreciate you so much. And I also want to take a point of privilege and thank one of the people behind that video and behind the Complete Vaccination Committee, Dr. Bryna Helfer, along with her team, who have been true heroes of communicating and being a backbone for the volunteerism of so many others. We really appreciate you as well. Well, I don't want to deny anybody else the opportunity to make comments, but if not, please, excellent, Mr. DeFerranti.
So I started out thinking about this, thinking that I would point out one name, but I am not that foolish. The 78 organizations and individuals, you made such a difference every moment of a very difficult year last year and 2020. We can't ever thank you enough, and we're still working through this. We may not be done yet, but we know we have huge reservoirs of energy that you have given us, and we couldn't be more grateful for all your volunteering, your service, your care for others in our community, those most vulnerable, but all Arlingtonians. Just a huge thank you.
Ms. Garvey.
So we need to do this again. I love that little video, and I love the way it kind of showed everything going on, and I remember that. Oh, look yes, I remember her. I mean, it helps us all remember, and it's nice to have the cheerful, upbeat music. We're doing certainly better than we were back in 2020, so we still got a ways to go. But anyway, great video, and echo my colleagues' comments, and I'm sure my other colleagues will say this. I mean, it's just a great community, but I love this kind of little way to celebrate. It's not a huge thing, but I would like to do it again at some point, maybe make it annual, I don't know, something like that. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for putting that video up. This is really, really, really important. I just want to let everybody who's honored here, but also everybody else who was involved, because the superpower of these people of Arlington was to engage an entire community, the entirety of Arlington County, almost all 238,000 people, because this was the goal. It was the goal, with a complete count committee at the beginning, and now the complete vaccination committee. One cannot overstate that their work, their volunteer work, actually saved lives in the most literal, direct, and unequivocal sense of the word. It saved lives. And it continues to save lives because it educated an entire community to learn to live with an incredible threat. This thing has already killed over 287, 88 Arlingtonians, who we really commemorate as well, right? So thank you is the least thing that we can say right now, and we appreciate their continuing commitment because we need it every step of the way until we as a community emerge out of that. This is really when we were saying we are in this together, this is actually the manifestation of this. Thank you so much.
Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, and associating myself with all the eloquent things that you all have said, colleagues, and it's just remarkable that we are here to celebrate these heroes, yet we're doing so in a largely empty room while being in our most protective masks that we've probably worn over the course of the last 2 years, and it's just a marker that there will be more heroes to emerge that we will have to spotlight at a later date as we continue to endure. And I love seeing all of the things that I have long since forgotten, as Ms. Garvey mentioned, and I just want to acknowledge that these are the heroes that we know and that we can identify and that we can spotlight, but we also know that within our community there are untold stories of heroism that occur every single day, with neighbors checking in on neighbors, with parents tending to the emotional well-being of their children. We know that the stories of heroism from the pandemic will be a rich tapestry that hopefully at some point soon we can begin to put together so that we can look at this period not just as a crisis that we endured, but a demonstration of the resilience that we all showed. So thank you. This was a terrific way to sort of, I guess, cap our night.
Amen. Thank you all so much. Dr. Helfer, thank you again, and congratulations and our sincerest gratitude to our COVID heroes tonight. All right, I believe we have only one more order of business before us. We have no consent items nor regular agenda items. That brings us only to additional items. And we have for our consideration amendments to the employment contracts. And I am going to move that we approve employment contracts effective January 1st of 2022 for the county manager, for the clerk to the county board, and for the county auditor. Do I have a second? Thank you. I saw Mr. Karantonis with a second. Unless there is any further discussion, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously, as it should. It's a pleasure to work with those direct reports, so to speak, and we're so glad you're with us for another year. All right, is there any other business to come before the county board? Seeing none, we are adjourned until our February meeting. Thanks so much.